It's an essential part of Black liberation, according to the movement, to the organization. So I think organizations and movements that are coming forward that are newer, and when undocumented folks are organizing here in Massachusetts, organizations like SIM and organizations like Movimiento Cosecha, they're not just talking about, like, by the way, I would like to have a passport. They're saying, by the way, a lot of us are Black. By the way, a lot of us are South Asian. By the way, a lot of us are Pacific Islanders. By the way, the gentrification that affects us in Boston is also part of our lives, right? The way we are policed by the Boston Police Department, the way we are murdered by the Boston Police Department are part of our lives, right? So when those organizations, when those movements work together, I think of directly oppressed people, you always see that synergy, right? You always see that synergy. So one of the things that I try to do is follow folks who are deeply and directly affected more, and then we always see that crossover of issues because people are trying to be about their lives and be free.
And I would just add, from my perspective, working for an environmental organization, I think it really begins with, like I said, showing up for others and standing in solidarity. That's that's hugely important to us. And so one specific example of this, for example, is the People's Climate Movement. And this past year in September, we organized a day of action in East Boston across a big, vast, different types of groups, including immigrant rights groups, racial justice groups, faith-based groups, and bringing all of our struggles to the table and realizing that they are all interconnected. And for example, the issue of climate change, that impacts all of us. And oftentimes, the worst impacts are on the people who are contributing the least to the problem.
So I need to do a brief announcement before we proceed. Everyone here paid a fee to register. Our expenses to run this conference, unfortunately, have exceeded our income, and we have a deficit of about $3,000. So those of you who are in position, I would appreciate your digging into your pocket and putting something in the basket that Michelle is about to pass around. If you want to make a check out, you could make it out to Mass Peace Action Education Fund and write next 2 years on the memo line. Life will go on. Our sponsoring groups have
Can I just say, there's about 100 and something people in this room, so if everybody did like $30, we'd be there.
we would be there. Everyone doesn't have an equal ability, but okay. So thank you. So next up is Bruce.
Of course, I'd like to thank you all, and I don't mean this to sound in any way critical, but the statement was made that the foundation was racism, and I suggest that the foundation is genocide. And speaking on behalf of our American, indigenous, third world brothers and sisters, I call upon us to pay more attention to the ongoing struggles of the Native people who have not perished. There were 100 million indigenous people in the Americas at the time Christopher the Conqueror arrived. There are now 8 million, and they are fighting to survive, and they are on our side, but they don't really, you'll forgive me for saying this, give a shit about us. Do you think there's a difference between a Republican and a Democratic president to an American Indian? So I'm begging you, on behalf of Mother Earth, on behalf of unity, on behalf of spirit and soulfulness, please recognize the connections between all of us and support our indigenous brothers and sisters, Mini-Wiconi. Wichoni.
No, hang on. There's a mic. So people, the identities of even us, I think, might not be readily apparent to people because of sort of institutionalized structures. My ancestors were enslaved people from Africa. My ancestors were Italian-American, were Italian and Italian-American. My ancestors were Anglo-American, and my ancestors were Narragansett, right? My father is a Narragansett. So speaking on behalf of, don't talk to the panel and say speaking on behalf of, because my ancestors have been changed into a name of a beach, Narragansett Beach, and a beer, Narragansett beer, which disgust me. But my ancestors have been in New England. I actually said this in a meeting a little while ago. I said, we've been here for over 5,000 years. And someone laughed because they were like, well, how could someone be in New England for 5,000 years? Because they had a very white mindset. And someone laughed at me because of that. And then I just gave a very fierce look, and they looked at me like I just didn't know history. And I looked at them like they didn't know history. A reality, right? Like literally say, like people do not exist. People exist. How many, actually I'll do it, because how many Native brothers and sisters, people of Native ancestry from these Americas, how many people are in the room right now? Right, there are people in this room, right? We have political ideas, we exist, right? We're not just in John Wayne movies getting murdered. But sometimes we don't look like what people think we should look like, because people remember the crying, I'm going to put in quotes, the crying Indian that was on TV in the 70s. So people in this room will remember that, who was really an Italian-American person. Iron Eyes Cody. So I appreciate the focus. A little bit, it's uncomfortable to because of my identity, to the way that was delivered. So, end of rant.
Just to add, just from the state ledge slide, I personally am working with a couple of the organizations, NICOB, which is in my district, which I was excited about and reached out to them right away, and the Massachusetts statewide group for American Indians as well, not just because it's delightful for me, but there's also policy on the table, and so some of that is being addressed at least through that one arm of things.
Okay. Hi. This question is more about environment. Besides from the global scale, our citywide, our landfill is full. It's been expanded a few times. It's at its limit. Our recycling is being trucked to Connecticut and dumped in a dump in there. So this is something that I would really love to address in Taunton, as we address, the crisis, because this is also a crisis. And I'm wondering if you all can help me do that.
Yes. Did you say it's in Taunton?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to help you with that. It's all relative. I mean, reducing waste is another huge part of it, because these materials are also contributing to our emissions, and yes, I had heard about that. So let's connect.
hello, hi. Thank you to all the panelists. And Nika, I got to hear you speak yesterday at the New England Women's Policy Conference. You were great. And Carlton, I heard you about a year ago at the conference in Cambridge. So, but my question is for Nika and Carlton. It is about, I wanted to ask you if you could comment on the legislative and legal efforts to criminalize efforts toward the BDS, boycotts, divestment, and sanction movement, and its implications for nonviolent organizing and free speech. So, thank you.
So I'll give a little bit of an explainer, just if people don't know, hopefully folks do. BDS is boycott, divestment, and sanctions of companies and organizations that are supporting the other white settler state of Israel. That has upset a lot of Zionists in power structures and across the country. There's been a movement to across the world, actually, because it happens in Israel also, to criminalize that protest, right? Which I'll just say, as you know, a former staff person of the American Civil Liberties Union, any attempt to boycott the content of speech or political action in that way is, even under the Constitution of the United States, is unconstitutional. Sure. So any attempt to do that is almost certainly unconstitutional. So there have been 3 attempts in Massachusetts, all of those because of many people in this room and many organizations, and acting in solidarity with Palestinian people and people who care about human and civil rights have been defeated. They're still hard at work to doing that. But one of the things, I think a lot of people have been very upset about this. They're like, they're coming after BDS. This is what winning looks like. They're coming after it because it is, go ahead, clap for yourselves. They're coming after it because it's a tactic that is actually working. In Israel, organizations in the United States that are working to support that kind of rightist Zionism they're like, this is the #1 threat. We need to stop this. And I'll say this, just sort of as an inspirational thing. Instead of actually, spending all of their time lobbying for more money and weapons, they have to spend a lot of time stopping the victories that people in this room, people acting in solidarity with, with Palestinian people, are doing. So people are winning. Keep it up. If you don't know find out more about the BDS movement and be part of it, and be part of the movement to stop these laws or these bills that are trying to stop that very powerful form of protest.
And I'll just quickly say that similarly, not that I want to say it's not something to worry about, but I think the challenge has been not having legislators who are willing to speak boldly about it, because when the speech is there on both sides, we win that particular argument, not just legally, but also rhetorically, not everywhere, but overall. And so you have that in myself and in many others who are willing to take on the difficult work, even in my own district, of explaining why we think BDS is so important.
I can't resist harping on the fact that we also have an Israel Anti-Boycott Act pending in the federal Congress, and we do have 2 members of Congress from Massachusetts who are co-sponsoring that attempt to suppress free speech. Joe Kennedy, Richard Neal. Let them know. We have time for one more question.
Okay, I wanted to ask this. I've sometimes heard about this in books about wolf conservation, but I'm a little concerned with certain indigenous communities, because I've heard that indigenous reindeer herding cultures from Scandinavia and Russia want every wolf in Scandinavia and or Russia dead. Is that true? I hope it's not. And I have sometimes known some people who've defended a culture's right to do that based on cultural diversity, but I really don't think that cultural diversity and cultural relativity should be used as an excuse to wipe an entire species out of a region. Are there any like Sami or Venki or Chukchi here? You don't know.
Looks like we'll have to get back to you on that. Thanks.
Sorry. I know that there were Sami who joined the Lakota at Standing Rock, but I hope that not all of them are in favor of wiping out the Scandinavian wolf. You know about that?
Mind if I ask a question?
Okay, Jared, last one.
I love this panel. Nika and Carl are amazing people. You'll hear me. What gives
Right now, I would say it's young people. People like the March for Our Lives movement, the Sunrise movement. Folks are here today. For example, their action where they stormed Nancy Pelosi's office, sat in there, and demanded that she not accept fossil fuel money and act more aggressively to address this issue. So, young people are really bringing me hope right now. That's one thing.
Monica, we're out of time. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'll say same, but also in the last 2 years, some of the greatest things that have ever happened in this country have happened, right? So I'll say the day that the president of this country signed the initial racist Muslim ban was also the same day he signed some documentation in relation to the Dakota Access Pipeline project. So 5,000 Native Americans and supporters marched in New York City, right? At the same time, 15,000 undocumented people, immigrants, and their allies marched in New York City, and they joined up in Washington Square Park just because a lot of protests in New York joined up in Washington Square Park. There were over 20,000 people in Washington Square Park protesting for Native rights and for immigrants' rights in this country. If someone gave me all of us $1 million or $20 million 20 years before that and said, we want you to organize a protest like that between Native American folks and Arab and Muslim folks and their allies and supporters in Washington Square Park, we'd be like, it's going to be pretty hard to do. I don't know if I can do that. That's pretty rough. And maybe, right? But this happened. And separately, also in that same 2-year period of time, the largest amount of human beings in the history of the world came together to do one thing, more than for anything else that has happened in the history of humanity. And there are some issues with some of the politics of some parts of the Women's March, but more people around the world came together to do one single thing, and that is stand up for women's rights and other rights than ever has happened in human history. That singularly is an amazing thing. That is just a good thing. And I think a lot of times we're like, look at all these bad things happen. It's like, that was amazing. That thing was positive, it was amazing. If we organized our whole lives and that one thing was our success, that would be an amazing victory. And people are building on that. And I think we should look to those things as this is the last gasp of systems of white supremacy, or it's our death knell. It's one of those two. But it is, I'll tell you who it's up to. It isn't up to them. It is up to us. And all we need to do is double down, know that we can win, and fight like hell.
Okay, I want to give the last comment to Monica, and then we're going to go to breakout. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So I don't have a question. I have a comment. I would implore everybody to kind of tap into your discomfort. And what I mean by that is I've listened to us discuss plenty of issues. I could yell, but okay. I've listened to us discuss plenty of issues in this room, but one thing I want to highlight for you is that there are Black and brown people who feel left out of this conversation. I heard you say different organizations that gave you hope when the question was asked, and one of those was March for Our Lives. I see Moms Demand Action in this space. But a couple of things I want to say. When we talk about the conversation around gun violence, legislation is not a Black and brown issue because all of our guns are illegal. Our issue is where the guns are coming from, and there are a group of Black and brown kids who've been screaming to the top of their lungs for a really long time and being ignored. And so I would implore you to step out of your comfort zone and support them as well, because what happens is that oftentimes we're showing up for everybody else's movement and no one's showing up for our movement. And so on Monday, we'll be doing a die-in at City Hall for Black and brown lives, and BPS kids will be walking out because of the homicide rate in the city of Boston that often gets ignored and looped into legislation. The truth is all our guns are illegal. So it wouldn't affect communities of color. We have some of the strictest gun laws in the country in Massachusetts, and Black and brown kids are dying. Teen homicides are up. Homicides in the city of Boston are up 20%. So I would implore you guys to look into that and support that as well, because we're always being called to ask to support others, but when the support is waiting to be returned, it's few and far between. Thank you. So it's Monday. We're asking BPS kids to walk out at 12:30. We're going to meet at City Hall around 2 o'clock, and we're going to die in for 43 minutes for the 43 homicides that have happened in the city of Boston, but 175 people have been shot year to date. So Monday, 12:30, the kids will walk out. If they are unable to leave school, we're asking everybody to die in at 2:30. where they are. In solidarity with us on Monday. And the reason why we're going to City Hall is because we have one of the strongest mayors in this country. He has more power than Rahm Emanuel and de Blasio when it comes to overseeing a budget. And none of that funding is allocated to Black and brown kids on prevention.
Thank you, Monica. I'd like everybody to give a hand to our panel and thank them for their contributions. Next up is our breakout session. We have over 60 people here today who have prepared something to present at one of the breakouts. We have 10 breakouts in the next time segment starting at 11:15. You got hopefully a white packet at registration. I can read them out if you like. State legislature initiatives, C-103. Climate justice emergencies, C-101. Palestine in crisis, C-318. C is the center of this building. The future of the judiciary in the Shepherd Room downstairs. The ground floor, 2 floors down from here. Women of color, race, politics, and mobilization, E303. Building the movement for healthcare justice, C105. Black Lives Matter, a radical imaginary for democracy in the 21st century, C106. It is happening here, understanding and resisting racist and authoritarian rule, C311. Higher education and student debt, C104. Poor People's Campaign, Meet the Participants, E305. There are ushers in the hallways that will direct you to your room. Would you be up for doing it again in the afternoon, or would you rather I find another victim? Thank you. You did a great job. It worked. Hi, Tim. Likewise. We have the videos here. I'm not sure we really managed to show them, but they're on this computer somewhere. I was able to download them from YouTube. I think is this PA you're talking, or Revolution? Ready? Let's start one. Hi, Michael. How are you doing, Paul? Great. Thanks so much. Hey, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Pretty good turnout, huh?
The Gold Dome of Connecticut's dignified state capital is an emblem of the Gilded Age, a symbol of the traditional power and influence of a wealthy elite. But poorer neighborhoods in Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport lacked a clear voice in state politics. All that changed a decade ago in 2008, when Connecticut implemented public financing for state elections, one of 4 states using this model reform. Suddenly, new people could run for office, like Navy veteran Gary Winfield, now a state senator from New Haven.
I could not have run under the old system of financing campaigns. I just couldn't have raised enough money to compete with an incumbent.
Or Senator Marilyn Moore, who runs a nonprofit in Bridgeport helping African-American breast cancer patients.
I'm a person from a low-income community who had children very young, who did depend on food stamps for a while. I would not have even thought about running for state senate without this funding.
They personify the changing face of the legislature. More women, blacks, and Hispanics. Changes triggered by the scandal-driven resignation in 2004 of third-term Republican Governor John Rowland.
I acknowledge that my poor judgment has brought us here.
Rowland was sentenced to 1 year in prison for taking $100,000 in kickbacks from state contractors.
The public was fed up with corruption. There was a sense that the state, which had prided itself on pretty clean politics, had suddenly become tainted.
Today, we begin to restore faith, integrity, and honor to our government.
As Rowland's successor, Republican Jody Rell, took her oath as governor, she called for reform.
Governor Rell wanted to ban contributions from state contractors and state lobbyists. The Democrats who controlled the General Assembly then were concerned that that would mean the loss of too much campaign revenue.
But public pressure turned the tide. The Connecticut Citizen Action Group, an alliance of 50 civic groups, pressed for sweeping reforms, tight limits on campaign donations, plus public funding of campaigns.
In order to get the legislature and the governor to embrace truly comprehensive reform, there had to be a lot of grassroots pressure on the outside. Thousands of phone calls. There were car washes for clean elections. We did all kinds of grassroots activities.
Republican Senator Len Fasano, originally a skeptic,
Governor Rell sought out senators, including myself,
became a yes vote. Reporters say both parties got dragged into reform.
Typically, the party in power and the leaders in the party in power resist either gerrymander reform or campaign finance reform because the system is working for them. How did Connecticut break that? What moved the legislature? What moved the people who liked the system they had?
It was a moment in time where the public shaming worked, the outside pressure worked, and finally the inside game decided this was the way to go.
The final vote to overhaul campaign finance came at 2:44 this morning.
Eventually, it passed in special session. Much to everyone's surprise, we ended up with a system of public financing for legislative races and statewide races.
The reform was bold. A tight lid of $100 on all private campaign donations, including lobbyists, plus public grants from $25,000 for House races, $110,000 for Senate, up to $3 million for the governor's race, later doubled to $6 million. To qualify, candidates must first prove popular support by raising a quota of small local contributions.
$5 to $100 from individuals that live in their districts. And based on a qualifying amount, we give them public monies to run their campaigns.
After that, no more fundraising, but using public funds is voluntary, so no one knew if candidates would do it. But right away in 2008, it took off. Today, it's solid.
Well, the governor and the statewide candidates, 100% have participated in the program, both parties. And in 2016, for the last General Assembly, 80% of the sitting legislature participated.
Total cost, $12 million for legislative elections, $30 million when statewide offices are also up for election. One big surprise, taxpayers don't foot the bill.
No, there's no tax. The money that funds the Citizens Election Program comes from abandoned state properties. There's a multitude of monies that come into the state of Connecticut and then are dispersed.
What's more, says Senate Republican leader Len Fasano, campaigns are better.
I think campaigns are more issue-oriented, more focused on debates. You can have more conversations with your constituency as opposed to raising money.
Public funding forces more interaction at the grassroots.
You're balancing the budget off the lives of the poor. People are on the bottom. We don't see any of that money in our communities.
I get how people feel about people in politics, right? I get that. I've been there. It's the reason I'm here, actually.
Needing small donors to qualify, Winfield connects with everyday people.
The older woman who's living by herself, trying to struggle to get by day, who has no way of interacting with me. You have a system of public financing that changes the way that I campaign. And when I knock on her door, she tells me a story I never would have heard. And when I sit in Hartford and I remember that story, some of the policy that I create comes from that story.
So more voice for little people, less clout for big money lobbyists.
Relationships still matter, but they don't matter because of the checkbook that's in the lobbyist's breast pocket.
We saw real changes in the power of lobbyists. We saw reforms in schools to get junk food out of schools. This was the state that was the first state to pass paid sick leave, and the business industry did not have the same kind of power.
This bill addresses gun violence prevention.
It was also easier, some say, to pass tough gun control legislation after the Sandy Hook school massacre in 2012.
Groups like the NRA were not able to influence individual politicians here because they don't fund them.
Republicans complained that after the Supreme Court Citizens United decision, Democrats loosened limits on campaign spending by parties and PACs. But in 2014, when Democratic leaders suggested abolishing the entire program to save money, lawmakers in both parties rebelled.
There was an uproar. You had members who were drawing lines in the sand. We will not eviscerate the system of public financing. It's too important.
The leaders backed down, and now public funding seems embedded.
We have had a record of success through 5 election cycles at this point.
If we funded the pure method like we originally had it, I think we were a model for the country.
I think the culture has shifted. I think in Connecticut, the culture is that the public financing of campaigns is what Connecticut does.
Yeah.
Do you want us to go down and play a little bit in the stairs and tell people?
That would be nice. Yes. Yeah, that could work. Yeah.
We're starting now.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
Like Maria.
Yeah, we need 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah. He did mostly national. He did mostly. He was just, you know, his talk was very much the national, and he was tying some things together, and just movement. Leading. Reverend Barber did a whole retreat, bringing all the folks who do music and art from across the country, bring them all together to learn songs, but also to talk about the importance of music. Yes. So what's on here is so I can click in. I tested it already. One of the speakers will be using.
The Gold Dome of Connecticut.
But it's not what we had up before.
Okay, well, Jenny and Mike were going down and going to try to Pied Piper everybody up with music, so we'll see how that goes.
What you had there before?
Well, just the slide, the conference overview slide. It's, yeah, where is it indeed? Nope, that's not it. That's not it.
Okay. You'll be doing the time, okay.
How long are you going to give each presenter?
Each keynote will have a total of 35 minutes. So within that 35-minute period, they'll be able to do the keynote and field some questions and answers. So
do you want to give the keynote time frame?
Let's go at 25 minutes. Give us a first sound. Okay.
I have 5, 3,
I mean, if I make, offer an opinion also, I was thinking give them 20 and then save 15 for Q&A and discussion. But, you know, you can negotiate if somebody has a million points to make. It's all good. Carlene, did you have some slides to show today?
Okay.
Did you have some slides to show?
It wasn't for the keynote, it wasn't for my keynote, it was for the workshop. I'm thinking
Did it work in the workshop? Yes, no, the panelists are going to be, yes, okay.
Yeah, when I went down, I saw him.
Hey.
It'd be good to mention to people that if they park in the garage, at the registration table, they have to be sure to get one of these yellow tickets, otherwise they're going to pay the full price.
Okay. So yellow ticket for the, okay, you get a discount. Okay.
Still 13.
Okay.
Otherwise it's 25.
And it's at the registration table.
How are you? I have a lost and found if you want to announce that as well. When everybody comes back in.
Okay, I got a bunch of announcements.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do it. I'm just going to stand here. I can do it. It's fine. Cole? My back is about to give out, so I'm going to be sitting in the back. I just need to sit for a little while, but I have a lost and found. So if you want to make an announcement that I found this on the stairwell.
Keith, we have a lost item. Keith is the MC for the afternoon, so.
Are they going to be playing here a little bit or just?
They're supposed to play here for.
I wish they were here instead of.
They're already 5 minutes late for starting.
They were in here and then they walked away.
Nobody was here to listen, right? So, I guess they will sing maybe just one song when they get up here.
So I'll just be sitting in the back.
Okay, basket pitch, okay.
So we're already late getting started, and we'll have to trade that off
We're
somehow.
25, I thought we started 25.
Yeah,
25 after.
right, but they're supposed to have 10 minutes of singing before.
Yeah.
That was 1:15, so.
They're trying to pipe it.
Right.
They were here and they were like, nobody's here.
Right, right. They were right about that, yeah.
So they were going down the stairs? Okay.
All right, so, good luck.
Okay, we'll make it work.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll give you the opportunity to walk around the room. You're not really interrupting the speakers or anything. Okay. I did the last time.
With my mind stayed on freedom. Woke up this morning with my mind stayed on freedom. Woke up this morning with my mind stayed on freedom. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Woke up this morning with my mind stayed on justice. Woke up this morning with my mind.
Justice.
Stayed on justice. Woke up this morning with my mind. Clap if you can. Stayed on justice. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Walking and talking.
Walking and talking with my mind. Stayed on freedom. Walking and talking with. Get up if you can. Move around a little bit. You clap a little bit. Come on, get into it. Walking and talking with my mind. Stayed on freedom. Woke up this morning with my mind.
Stayed on freedom.
Stayed on freedom. Woke up this morning with my mind. Stayed on freedom. Woke up this morning with my mind. Stayed on freedom. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Moral revival. Woke up this morning.
with my mind.
Stayed on moral revival.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a tasty lunch. Mine was very tasty. We're going to start on time with the next segment. You ready?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
All right.
Okay.
We're some of the singers and song leaders for the Massachusetts Poor People's Campaign. Thank you for joining us.
Please give it up for Michael and Jenny.
And Keith Harvey will take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to make a few announcements here, but the first announcement is we're going to pass. We're going old school church here. You know, I'm channeling my grandfather, Pastor Gray. So we're going to pass the basket back around just one more time, just to see if folks feel led to give again. So I wanted to say, while I'm giving the announcements, you may see a basket go by. We have a first lost and found. Anybody dropped their scarf? It was found on the steps. So it'll be up here on the podium, red scarf. I also want to, I'll do these announcements in between, but just, oh, that's yours? Oh, good. Go, Phyllis. All right. Yeah, Phyllis. So one announcement I do want to make is that folks who parked in the parking garage, if you go to the registration desk, you can get a little card to get a discount on the parking. So it will help. It will help a lot. Okay, but maybe about half, I think. So anyway, don't be sure to get your. I think it's a yellow card that will help you get out of the parking lot and not pay a whole lot of money. The other piece is tomorrow night. Part of the announcements, the Cooperative Metropolitan Ministries, we're doing this theater troupe performance stories, sharing stories about personal experiences of confronting injustice. It's going to be held tonight from 7:30 to 9 at the United Parish of Arbondale, 64 Hancock Street, Arbondale, Mass. The other announcement we have is we have a report back from a delegation from Venezuela, Boston delegation. The report back will be December 1st, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. It's at 9A Hamilton Place, Boston, near Park Street on the Red Line. So what I want to do now is introduce our first keynote speaker for the afternoon. First keynote speaker is somebody I've been working with for about 2 or 3 months now on this conference. Carlene Griffiths-Sekou. She is passionate about equal dignity, sacred worth, and flourishing of all people. She's a grassroots community public health practitioner, professor, and leader in the Black Lives Matters movement in Boston and beyond. Carlene is a really good speaker, but she's battling laryngitis. So we're going to pull the mic as close to her and turn up the volume so you can hear her wonderful speech. So please help me welcome Carlene.
Good afternoon. Okay, that was a test. Channel all of your healing vibes and energy, your prayers, whatever it is you do to galvanize all of the wonderful, healthful energies here so that I'll have a burst of voice to address you. It is so wonderful to be here and more wonderful to see all of you, so many of whom are friends and co-laborers in this fight for justice that we have inherited and find ourselves embattled. I am thankful to be connected to the organizers of this conference. We have indeed spent the last few months building and organizing and learning a little bit more about one another, specifically working alongside the Mass Peace Action. And it has definitely been an experiment in coalition building and forging, tilling the soil, if you will, on imagining and thinking about what that means. I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end. I've been given maybe 20 minutes or so. I perhaps won't take that long. And it has been a delight. So I'm grateful to my colleagues and the many lessons that we've learned and the embers and the fires that we've stoked along the way. So here we are, right? We have been drawn together by a sense that there is danger in the air. Is that right? But we've been here before, haven't we? It is not new. It is not the first time, but certainly there are new manifestations. There are new tentacles and ways in which the threat that we feel from extremist political ideologies and the enactment of policies that bear out very real material consequences on our lives feels real. But in this moment, it seems to have touched folk who in recent years have felt that this is not my issue, right? With the Occupy Wall Street movement, we saw that language and discourse around the 99 revealed so much more about who the 99 is and what the 99 looks like, right? We're not just talking about poor Black and brown urban folk, and we're not just talking about white rural folk, right? We're talking about families that when the crash happened, middle-class families saw that they too were vulnerable. And for those of us who have been involved in social movements, it didn't come as much of a surprise. Am I right? I know we're talking, who's peace movement here? Raise your hand, it's okay. It's okay. If you identify as being a part of the peace movement, please raise your hand, which is the majority of us, right? The majority of my new family in struggle. What has happened is that in building this coalitional and solidarity across divides, Black Lives Matter being invited to the table of the peace movement is building across the divide. Black Lives Matter accepting the invitation across to partner with the peace movement is building across the divide. It's necessary, but come on, family, let's be honest. Let's tell some truth here. It has largely been a white segregated, right, movement. And not just segregated by race or even class to some extent, but segregated by issues. Our movements tend to be that way. This does not mean that the movement for Black Lives doesn't have an intersectional analysis to recognize that nuclear threat and militarization and the war industrial complex does not directly impact us. This doesn't mean that at all. It doesn't mean that we don't recognize that environmental issues are imminent and central. We know that all too well when our children disproportionately suffer from asthma, right? We know that all too well when our children do not have green space that's clean and safe to go out and play. We know that all too well when we see that Detroit still does not have clean drinking water. It doesn't mean that at all. It does mean that while we are aware and conscious of these more global and far-reaching superstructural issues, that the day-to-day local issues are imminent. Do y'all hear me? I know I'm not telling you anything you know. But each day, we are bombarded with the absurd, the puzzling, the insanity, and the evil of white men driven by white supremacy, leveling a structure and a system that breeds imperialism. It breeds genocide. It breeds nationalism. As a matter of fact, these are the co-constitutive elements that have produced this nation. I cannot in good conscience ever give a talk without acknowledging that we are settler colonialists standing on land that have been stolen from indigenous peoples, and we have yet to ask ourselves, what are we going to do about that? What are we really going to do about that? If we put our muscles and our moral conscience and our commitment behind efforts to reconcile that truth, maybe we will begin to do so in some very real and substantial ways in reconciling chattel slavery, in reconciling reparations, in reconciling some of the issues, if not the majority of them that we see, that we struggle against now, are directly related to these root causes. It is necessary. We were at a table last night, and one of my dear colleagues talked about telling the truth, and as an academic, my knee-jerk response would be like, whose truth? What truth? But I know what she means. Telling the truth and telling the stories and these historical narratives are very difficult for us, right? So, racism, xenophobia, nationalism are a part of the Constitution of this country. It isn't abnormal to think that the fruit that we're seeing is a result of these systems. This system leads the powers to believe that sanctioning multi-million-dollar investments in prisons that largely incarcerate Black and brown citizens, rather than pouring money into education, into housing, into beautification of land and space, access to transportation or enrichment services and the arts. And I'm talking about local issues, but this is many cities around our country. We react to the things that we fear as a society rather than address the root causes. It's no secret that Boston maintains its legacy as a topmost racist city in the nation. as a centering point, I'll use the example of education to connect the threads. We often reference the touch point in our history, a legacy that came to a head, this legacy of racism in the busing riots in South Boston. It keeps coming up over and over and over again. From 1974 to 1988, these are the so-called desegregation years. What is often overlooked is the program of METCO, in which Black students are bussed out into suburban educational systems. This intervention designed by a racist society to remedy its ill, and it reveals at the core the problem. If you do an ethnography of these Black students, they will tell you about microaggression, loneliness, exclusion, racism in having this experience. But most feel that, well, at least they get the opportunity to sit in privileged spaces with white folk who wouldn't live among them, with few teachers who look like them, don't understand the fullness of their lives. And they get to go and they get to come back. The inequity in poor and Black and brown neighborhoods and schools thus remain largely unsolved. The well-resourced suburban schools with better outcomes remain, while it is true that some of those children might fare well, the majority of Black children are left behind in these poorly funded and resourced neighborhood schools. Why is it that there are more white teachers, especially white women, not just those from Teach for America, to teach our children? And there are some wonderful teachers, many of whom are friends whom we really believe, understand, and know and love our children. But there is too much of a proliferation of our neighborhoods and our schools filled with teachers that do not look like our children. This is directly tied to the amount of out-of-school suspensions. This is directly tied to policing and problematizing behaviors of our children because of a cultural and epistemic divide, where the school system is formed as a containing mechanisms for Black children. Do you all hear me? I'm going somewhere with this. This isn't separate, right, from Pool Party Patty. It isn't separate from Barbecue Betty. Those that manifest this anxiety, this xenophobia, this fear of the other. I watch it play out over and over and over again in school systems. And I'm not just singling out any particular gender. It happens because of this very fundamental thing, a lack of attacking the root of Jim Crowism that still lives inside of us. The root of Jim Crowism and separation that prohibits an understanding of the interlocking systems of racism. When we talk to school administrators, they name poverty as being a part of the problem. They name trauma, right? They name all of these other things. I thought I had 5 minutes, 10 minutes ago. They name other issues that are directly tied to why our children have trauma in school. Yet when we organize, why is it then that we are not imagining platforms addressing together these interlocking problems? We will talk later about that. But let me just get back to my script. The inequity in poor and Black and brown neighborhoods and school still remains, right? The suspension rate for Black and brown children is 96%. 96% of those who are suspended out of school are Black and brown children. But that is also true for pre-K, kindergarten, and 1st to 3rd graders. In my mind, I'm thinking, I have a 6-year-old. I know how they can be. They are pretty challenging. And for those who have children or who love and are in community with young children, they are very challenging, right? It seems to be, though, that the school system thought a suspension policy for kids, which removes them from learning, which removes them from achieving academically, is the solution. We fail to think that perhaps there is an incompetence, a cultural incompetence of teaching professionals that need to be remedied rather than suspend children. Perhaps a system that imagines itself as cooperating with families and communities within neighborhoods who know and love and understand our children, rather than criminalizing them. This is when criminalization begins, and it was this week that I heard the report that Boston has ruled no longer to do that, right? Y'all heard that. But these out-of-school suspensions lead to underachievement. It leads to not lower graduation rates, which leads to lack of opportunity for employment. It fuels poverty. It fuels a space in which criminalization may be bred, or predatory behaviors on folk who are vulnerable and have very little opportunity, such as labor exploitation. Hyper-policing is a part of white supremacist consciousness. Hyper-policing, fear of enabling the power of people, Black and brown people, to rise and to live and to cooperate. Coalition building will demand that we break through those barriers across the divide. Look around you. Who is in the room? How then do we get to power sharing in our organizing? How then do you not create the agenda and add Black, add brown, add indigenous, add everybody else, add LGBTQ, which we did not do because of an oversight? This will not work. In this fight that we're up against, we need all hands on deck. And it might be rather, yes, certainly there are political candidates who do not sit particularly on the nodes of the left that resonate with our personal strengths. But we have for hundreds and hundreds of years, some of us, suffered under incompetent, evil, and brutal white men and women who mess up over and over and over and over again. And I'm saying that specifically because we do not have the temperament to allow those who suffer to speak, to lead, and to teach, and come alongside and support our liberation struggle. I'll stop here. I'm out of time. My last words. What I want to talk about in our conversation is an epistemic shift. It requires that we embody our movements differently. It requires that we do what we do differently, live our passions differently. And it's going to take a different kind of coalition building. And I am excited, I am thrilled, and I will meet you at that place when you are fully willing to accept us, all of us together on equal terms, dreaming of the world that we want to see. Thank you.
We have about 10 minutes for questions and answers here. So if folks can line up at the mic here, and we can begin. Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Okay, oh, thank you. Thank you. This one. You did an awesome job with laryngitis. I guess my question is, how can we, people who are not of color, what steps can we take to remedy the inequality in education? Like, I'm thinking about becoming a teacher, and what concrete steps can we make sure that we're not, you know, school to pipeline prison, or I'm just trying to think of remedies. How do we fix the situation, I guess, is what I'm asking.
How, should I repeat the question?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How do we fix and remedy the inequities in education? I want to make it clear that I centered education as a case study to show how interlocking systems impact this one system that breeds other things, and there isn't a separation really. In my talk, I talked about some policy issues that I think it's fine to think of interventions, right, that directly impact education. There are so many things that impact poor education, from training and preparation to not, particularly teachers from neighborhood communities, not having access to education as much as other privileged white populations do. And so we see that in our own neighborhoods. And so we can talk about the budget. We can talk about, you know, the multi-millions of dollars that instead of being put into education, not reaching our children, right? And not having access to education to develop a cadre of a pipeline for teachers to come in. But really what I want to get to in our organizing are these larger issues of budget and linking militarization and not having funding. Where can we put those monies? We can put them into education. We can have a guaranteed minimum income for families, right? We can have, you know, we tend to think we already have universal health care. But we can have projects or agendas that do not think, especially in this area, that $15 is enough for families. It isn't. We can develop human rights policies that says everybody deserves to have a home in a safe and clean neighborhood. This is where the military budget, the money that we spend, can go. Advocate there, fight there. Come up, start looking at neighborhoods and schools in communities. Black folk were really good at doing this when we didn't have an option during segregation, right? the difference, what teachers knew and loved the children, families knew one another. We made sure we cared about whether children were eating or not, right? In our organizing, this is why we care about the existential day-to-day things, because we understand if you haven't eaten a good meal, you cannot learn. The Black Panther Party understood that, right? I'm not directly answering your question so much because, again, the epistemic shift that will then lead to equality or in education, right, or equity, what that community specifically needs, rests and lies with doing this other work.
All right, thank you.
Well.
Thank you for a very inspiring keynote.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Kamara. I'm from Fall River, Massachusetts. And Fall River is a very poor community with a very high level of dropouts and low level of educational attainment. It's a community that's a very white community, although that demographic is changing with more people of color moving into the community. I would like to have us all address, though, the inequality of funding for education. And I reflect particularly on the parting words of former Governor Deval Patrick, who said his greatest failure was not being able to address relief of property tax payers. I'm of the belief that we will continue to have inequality in education until we have a state-funded system that does not result in the quality of education based on what your zip code is. Poor communities that have a low property tax base, poorer communities that have a lower property tax base are inevitably providing less money for their children. I know money is not the cure-all to education, but it's a built-in inequality that exists in our system. And there tends to be, and Governor Patrick, who I loved, failed, and the state legislature continues to fail to provide a system of funding for education. I mean, ultimately, we should probably have a national or an international funding of education so that we address education inequality throughout the country and around the world. But, you know, we're here in the Commonwealth, and we got to deal with the boundaries of our community.
Right.
How can we move toward a system that at least funds education in a more equal way?
Thank you for the question. And I think that you have answered your question and then asked it, which is fine. A part of the privileges that are built in. I was listening to a report that talked about how communities who are more well-resourced often get the services that they need, and they ask for more services. They use the system more because it's expected. It's an entitlement, right? You work, you pay your taxes, you have your property, you're entitled to it, right? And until we begin to talk about white entitlement that comes with white supremacy and racism, which if you flip that on the other side, it isn't so much that we don't want everyone to live and to flourish and to have nice things. It's that the system that is set up enables some to have nice things and others not. And so for those who have nice things, one has to be as bothered about it as if it were you who did not have those nice things and advocate for those changes. And that's simply what we're saying. So how do we make those connections in our movement and our policy levels, right? Which is ultimately, I think, how you fix inequity.
We got time for about one more question.
Hello, my name is Duncan. I'm from United for Justice with Peace. I think coalition building is crucial for social change. So I was really interested when you said that you may have some new ideas or a different approach to coalition building. So I was just wondering if you could share some more about that.
About coalition building.
Yeah, you said you had a sort of a new approach.
A new
I was just wondering what your ideas were.
We're going to take this next question. We're going to do two questions, and then we'll close and then Carlene can answer them both. Okay.
All right, this is probably directly related. I wanted to ask about how your understanding of colonialism informs your work and also with coalition building.
How my understanding of colonialism informs my work. Well, colonialism is at the heart of what we're dealing with now, still in neo-colonialism that takes place, that still takes place. I operate and do work from a decolonial framework, right? And at the heart of answering a question about coalition building and about colonialism, this is about power. It is about who controls resources, who gets what, when, and how much, right? And this is at the heart of it. How do we redistribute resources? We often talk about representation, right? Rarely in these spaces do we talk about reparations. Reparations has to be a part of our conversation. We have to become comfortable in understanding that generational wealth and your capacity to own property that are no longer people, Black people, right? But manifests itself in the prison industrial complex and the exploitation of wages in so many, many ways. These tentacles, right? These features of the colonial imaginary that can oppress, that can genocide, oppress, use war, use violence to extract bodies and to extract land and to extract resources and labor from people. Right? With impunity. This is what the police says. So the policing is a neo-colonial manifestation directly tied to colonialism. It's directly tied. So all of these things are still at work and are a feature. But to break that, it really takes, yes, we will resist, yes, we will fight, yes, we will create new ways and imaginaries, and for some of us, it's always indigenous people have a lot of answers about the environment, have a lot of answers on how to treat the land, right? And so this is another big, longer conversation to get into specifics about coalition building and decolonizing how we organize, how we think, and the kinds of policies and advocacy that we do in our social movements. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlene. Thank you very much so. Our next keynote speaker, I'm gonna, Phyllis, come on up. Phyllis Bennis. I want to introduce Phyllis. Phyllis Bennis is director of the New Internationalism Project at the Institute for Policy Studies. She's the 7th edition of her book, Understanding the Palestinian-Israeli Conflict, a primer, has come out. Phyllis is a longtime advocate, activist for Palestinian rights. Please help me welcome Phyllis Bennis.
Hi, all. It's great to be back in Boston. And this is amazing. People actually came back after lunch to hear Carlene. No, this is really, you know, a lot of these conferences, you go to lunch and then it's kind of, you need a little break, you need a little snooze. Nobody's snoozing today. We have a lot of work to do. You know, I want to thank the organizers of this conference. It's quite extraordinary. Granted, we have an awful lot of work to do. When we look around the room, this looks like, too much like the old peace movement. White, older, all those things. But one, it's not as bad as in a lot of places. And more importantly, there's been incredible progress. Look at the organizations who actually sponsored this thing. Meaning not just the peace movement called for an event and then asked other people to sign on, but actually worked together to put together an agenda that reflected a range of movements. That's really, really important. So it's not just the anti-war movement that was involved. It was the environmental justice movement. It's the anti-racist movement. It's the movements for immigrant rights. It's the movements that are moving forward in this country. And that's what I think is really extraordinary. All the words that we hear about our movements are true, that we have to break barriers, we have to pull down the silos, we need to be intersectional. It's all true. We don't act on those words enough. And when we do, we don't do it well enough. We're getting better. Desperation breeds a new level of competence in some ways, and we have been pretty desperate these last couple of years. But it is something we have to keep working on. It doesn't happen by itself. So then we have elections. We heard this great roundup from John Nichols this morning. John, are you still here? He's around somewhere. About what was achieved and what wasn't achieved. And it was important to see both of those things. Because we know elections are not how we make history. They're not. But they are a big part of how our social movements, how impoverished and disempowered people in this country, how communities of color and other communities that have been disenfranchised, it's how we engage with power. So elections are important. And they're not important because Democrats win. They're not important because a bunch of states turn from red to purple. Elections are not a box of crayons. It's not about that. But they are important. And this time around, it was particularly important because we sent to Congress and the state houses and other places people from our movements. That's what's important. We created movements that themselves created amazing people who were going to say, you know what? I'm sick of this. I'm not going to just protest outside. I'm going to go get elected to be inside, and then I'm going to come back and join those outside pressing my now colleagues to do the right thing. So it's the inside-outside strategy, the inside-outside presence of our movements that make this all important if, and here's the big if we hold them accountable. Now, it doesn't mean, and I think we do have to guard against the tendency to say that even those who get elected out of our movements, who are activists for immigrant rights, who are activists for the Fight for 15, who are activists for climate justice, whatever, that they should talk our language and demand exactly what we as movements demand. That's wrong. Congress or the state houses are never going to lead. If they lead, we're taking a step back. We have to be leading. But the fact that we have led in creating movements that can get people positioned there means we're in an incredible position to hold people accountable in a very real way. So that's a huge accomplishment. It is really important. You know, the intersectionality that we keep hearing about of these elections is huge. All of these amazing new candidates, they're intersectional in identity and they're intersectional in their principles. So the first Native American, one of the first two Native American women is also LGBT. You know, the first Palestinian woman elected to Congress is a major fighter in the Fight for 15. You know, there are intersectional identities and intersectional connections to movements. The first African-American woman elected from here in Massachusetts, Ayanna Pressley, is not just the first African-American woman, she's also a fighter for economic justice. She's calling for higher prison sentences for bank executives. You know, that's not bad. That's a whole other kind of sentencing reform. That's where we want higher sentences. Get those bankers in jail. So you know, these are serious victories. You know, when Maxine Waters, as John mentioned this morning, when Maxine Waters is going to be the chair of the banking committee, that's significant. That's significant. It doesn't change by itself the power relations. Let's be very clear what it is and what it isn't. But it puts in place something that gives us more access to force change. And it's that role for our movements that is so important in this aftermath of these elections. So we have a long way to go. And as we've been hearing from Carlene, from John, from everybody who's spoken today in all these amazing workshops, one of the big questions that we always have to answer, how are you going to pay for it? So we want Medicare for all. We want housing available for everybody. We want free college education. And people say, well, that's a great idea, but how are you going to pay for it? Well, one way we're going to pay for it, that Carlene ended her presentation on, which was a great segue to this, it's called a military budget, right? So the military budget this year, most of you know this, the military budget this year was $716 billion. Now, that's not a number that means anything to anybody. You know, I don't think anybody can envision what that means in numbers. I remember when I was in, I think it was second grade, our teacher came in one day with these giant sheets of graph paper, you know, the kind with the little tiny squares, 10 squares to the inch, and she pasted these sheets of graph paper all along the walls of the room. And she said, all right, you kids, I want you to look carefully at these pieces of paper. You're looking at a million little squares. Because she said, you're going to grow up and people are going to talk to you about a million this and a million that. Somebody's going to have $1 million. Probably not you, but somebody's going to have $1 million. Somebody's going to talk about 1 million people. You're not going to have a clue what 1 million is. Well, I'm showing you. That's 1 million little squares. And boy, it took up half the classroom. For these little teeny tiny squares, 1 million is a really, really big number. 716 billion, you might as well say a gazillion for all that it actually matters. What's important is what else you could do with that money. That's what makes it real. Now, when I left for the airport yesterday, I was just realizing going through my notes, I left behind on my computer my most important piece of paper. What I always do before I fly off to some city to talk about blah, blah, blah in the military budget is to go to, wait for it, the National Priorities Project website, which, how many of you know it? How many of you know NPP? Okay, well, that's not enough, given that they're right down the road. Hello, they're in Western Mass, for God's sakes. They're like your comrades right here. What you can do on that website, you put in either the United States, or you put in Massachusetts, or you put in Boston, or you put in the county or the congressional district. And you hit 2 little buttons, and it will pop out what is the amount of tax dollars that Boston is spending this year for the military budget. And what else could you do with that amount of money? How many kids in Head Start? How many elementary school teachers could you hire? How many adults could get health care? How many veterans could get VA assistance? How many houses could be retrofitted for solar panels? How many infrastructure jobs could be created? For Massachusetts, for Boston, for the whole country. And that's what makes it real. And that's what I left on my computer. But I do have something else, which is the Poor People's Campaign state fact sheet for Massachusetts, which has a little bit of the same stats because luckily the National Priorities Project is now a project of my institute, the Institute for Policy Studies, so we get first crack at all their great work. So here we go. In Massachusetts, $12.2 billion were spent on defense in 2015. That was the last year we had. The 10th highest total in the world, okay? There were 11.2 of that was in defense contracts, 5th highest in the country. And at the same time, over 85,000 veterans in Massachusetts have an income below $35,000, meaning they're living in poverty. That's 21%, more than 1 out of 5 of every Massachusetts veteran is living in poverty. So when you talk about what could the money be used for, that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. Massachusetts' contribution to the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and now beyond to so many countries since 2001 has amounted to $181 billion. $181 billion. That money, instead, could have created 144,000 new jobs in clean energy every year. It could have placed every Massachusetts child in Head Start. Or it could have covered Medicaid for 3.6 million adults every year for the last 17 years. So the question becomes, what makes us safer? When we talk about the military, people say, well, you can't touch the military budget. That's what keeps us safe. Really? Really? That's what we have answers for. What makes us safer? Wars around the world that kill innocent people in far greater numbers than anybody we even try to call a terrorist, let alone what it says about us that our military is acting as an assassination squad around the world. But even on the rare occasion that they get the person that's on their list, where does that list come from? What's that list based on? Where's the law that says you can do that? And when you can't answer those questions, why are we surprised that people more and more see us as the enemy? And when we kill civilians, it becomes our own civilians who are at greater risk. Those of you who travel around the world know what this means. I used to travel around the Middle East alone without any problem. But since the so-called global war on terror, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder because people have no confidence that anyone who comes from the United States is anything other than a spy or a drone operator or something else that's there to hurt them. I'm not surprised. I don't hold it against people who feel that way. How would they not, given what our policies have led to? So the answer that we have to be prepared to give when people say, yeah, well, how are you going to pay for it? The answer is cut the military budget. Now, you all had a campaign here a couple of years ago that called for a 25% cut in the military budget. That's a pretty damn good campaign. I'd say double that. You know, the Pentagon has admitted that a couple of years ago, it was $125 billion in Afghanistan alone they couldn't account for. They didn't even know where it was. So really, you think that the military budget is really keeping us safe? If you compare that to using the money for healthcare and jobs and education, what makes us safer? That's the answer. That's the answer to where are we going to get the money and how do we stay safe. It's not all the money. We have to talk about raising taxes on the rich and on corporations too. But this is something very immediate and very connected to, at the same time, maybe it'll cut back on these wars that are putting everybody in the world at greater risk. Now, our elected officials, even the best of them, they can't take all these exact positions, but they can begin that process. The Progressive Caucus in Congress, in their very good, generally very good people's budget, are really pretty bad on the military budget. They say we should cut the military budget. Great. 5%, bad. So they need some help here. That's not because they wouldn't support it if there were a campaign around it. But left to their own devices, it's just not on their agenda. Which leads me to the other question about these elections that we just had. We had this whole crop of new, amazing, young women, trans, Muslim, people of color, all these amazing people who won, who not only ran, but won. And they came out of our movements. They are fighters for 15. They are fighters for climate justice. They're fighters for all kinds of things. Pretty much none of them ran on foreign policy. Now, why is that? It's mostly because our movements are not talking about foreign policy, except for the self-defined peace movement, which has siloed itself off over here, talking about it and complaining that nobody else is doing our work. So what do we do about that? Well, some of us, we do a number of things. But one of the things we need to do about it is recognize that we can start with the easy part. The easy part of cutting the military budget is to say, what's the impact of the military budget on our communities at home? Are the leaders and activists in the movement for racial justice, the movement for women's rights, the movement for climate justice, the movement for immigrant rights, the movement for LGBT rights, none of that, none of the leaders of those movements, none of the activists in those movements are opposed to anti-war positions. They're not opposed to cutting the military budget. They just don't know necessarily how to make that relevant to the particular work that they're doing in their community. That's where we have an obligation as a peace movement. That's way more important than what we do in our own movement. It's how do we get those information pieces, how do we get the NPP stuff out of the computers in Western Mass and into the hands of everybody in the climate justice movement, everybody who's working in 350.org, everybody who's working in those particularly Black Lives Matter and the Poor People's Campaign, that are building those intersectional connections between poverty and racism. War and racism has been the root of our society since its origins. That has not changed. It's the intersection of those two things. So it's that demonization of the other that has been part of this country since the beginning. So our job is to get that information. And this is the easy part, because you have folks that are looking for, well, what do we say when people say, how are you going to pay for it? When we're talking about Medicare for all. Our answer starts, it doesn't end, starts with cut the military budget. I think that the work of the Poor People's Campaign has shown us that the policy platform of the Movement for Black Lives paved the way for that by pointing to the international connections, the work that began in Ferguson, for instance, where activists in Palestine saw on their televisions the assault on nonviolent protesters in the streets of Ferguson after Mike Brown was killed, and started flooding the activists of Ferguson with information about how to deal with the tear gas that's made at the same company in Federal Laboratories, Pennsylvania, that was making the tear gas used in Palestine. So they were experts. And that's how that sharing began. And then you see in the platform of the Movement for Black Lives a whole section about what internationalism means. And you see that in the work of the Poor People's Campaign that's based on looking at a 50-year legacy of this country based on assessing the three evils that Martin Luther King taught us about in his extraordinary speech Beyond Vietnam in 1967, when he said the three evils are racism, poverty, and militarism, and they cannot be disconnected from each other. And you add to that climate, and you have the basis for an organization that is taking up all four in this intersectional way. So we have models. We have ways of building that together. And I think as I wrap up here, I think we have to be very eager to go back to basics. Building movements that are based on challenging war and racism as the roots of this country. There's something that the great historian, the great teacher, Howard Zinn, taught us all years ago, when he said there have always been two strands of U.S. history, and we must keep both strands in our minds, in our hearts, and in our hands as we move forward in our work. One strand is the recognition that this country was founded on the basis of genocide and slavery. Genocide of the indigenous people to steal their land and all that made their lives possible, and slavery that forced millions of people into lives of servitude. That was one strand of this country's history. That is one part of our legacy. But the other legacy is that we have always had movements against genocide and slavery that stood up and said no. They were small. They failed far more often than they succeeded. But there was always someone, usually starting with people that were the most impacted themselves, who said, no, this shall not pass either. And that's what I think is the challenge that faces us today. It's the recognition of our history, the recognition of the legacy of war and racism and its intersection in this country, and the legacy of those movements, of those incredible people, women and men, sometimes children, on whose shoulders we stand today. To say, elections happen, we win some victories, we face some other defeats, but they tell us something about who we are and what comes ahead. And it's that future of fighting against war and racism that is our obligation from now. Thank you.
We have time for questions and answers. If we can, we have the mic right here in the middle for Phyllis. Please come to the...
And a shameless promotion, my books are on sale at the back. I really don't want to carry them back to Washington. Really? Oh.
Yes.
I don't have a question, I have a comment. Often when I talk about the military budget, I say, we have plenty of money, it's just misallocated. The money is there, we just have to take it.
Very good. Absolutely true.
Thank you, and thank for this conference. I'm kind of wondering why you didn't label capitalism. As I read, you mentioned Martin Luther King, and one of his last talks, he said that the civil rights movement was now part of the class movement, because he had understood not just that it's poverty, but a structured system of poverty, yes, rooted in the genocide and slavery, completely correct. But, you know, Howard himself was certainly a staunch anti-capitalist. And that our question as we look at the environment or racism or any of that is the deep structural system of this country is on the other side. And it is a resistance that has to name, I think, even deeper all the factors or make sure we're complete. And one other thing, and to add to the list, it's also gender. That if we don't overcome gender, we never manage to really win. Thank you.
Absolutely right. Thank you. And the question of gender, for example, there were a number of people who thought that we should have added gender as a fifth, whatever, issue in the big report that we did, the Souls of Poor Folk that we did for the Poor People's Campaign. And what we did instead was weave the question of gender oppression into the central analysis of each of the other areas. So the particular ways in which women are particularly victimized by militarism, by racism, by poverty, and by climate degradation. On the question of why I don't use the term capitalism, I also don't usually use the term imperialism because I think an awful lot of people in this country don't really know what those terms mean. And I would rather speak a language that most people understand and where I don't have to stop to say, now what that means is, or what I mean by that is, or deal with the fact that, oh my God, she said that word. If I can talk about the systems as systems and not use the word in general, I'll do that just because I think it's more accessible. So it's a, if you will, a tactical question rather than a strategic not wanting to challenge systems. I think we do challenge systems. Come on, folks, I really did not answer all your questions.
we got another person. Yeah, come on up.
So you had mentioned cutting military spending in order to provide for these programs. The libertarian right response I usually get to that is, yes, I agree. I don't want to fund I don't want to fund anything. I think that, I guess, so how would you respond to that? Does it, yeah. I mean, does deficit spending matter? I mean, I mean, I'm not an economist, but as I understand it, China will probably, it's not like they're going to go out, tomorrow and try to collect all their debt. That would destroy both the U.S. and the Chinese economy. Right. Yeah, so what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, that's a really important question, and I'm not an economist either, but I can play one on TV. So my one soundbite, because I work with economists, and I can go into their offices and say, tell me what I think about deficit spending, for instance. And my great economist friend Sarah Anderson will tell me what I think, and that's always very good. So this is why we need collectives, right? I think the bottom line is, I'm not going to answer the question of libertarians who don't think governments have any obligation to people's lives. I think the state does. I think that governments are there to support people's lives and guarantee the rights that belong to people. So yeah, I'm a supporter of government as a principle. I'm not a supporter of this government under any circumstances. But I think, so I'm not going to answer that. I think that goes to a moral question more than a political question. But the political question, I think, is a very real one. Economically, I think it's always a mistake when, I mean, not a mistake, it's quite deliberate, but when government officials, and the Trump people do it, but so did the Obama people, so did every president, every administration going back, they make comparisons. They say, deficit spending is really bad because it's like if your family spends more money than you have. Well, no, it's not. Governments are not families. Governments have the right to spend what they need on what their population needs. They can print money. They can regulate their money. I mean, it's a whole different world. So we have to start with, no, that's not the same thing. Deficit spending is fine, but it's also true that we probably wouldn't need much deficit spending if we did both of those things, not just reverse the recent tax cut, which, by the way, I would note that if you're talking about Massachusetts alone, the richest 1% of Massachusetts residents are expected to receive 31% of the new federal tax budget. 31% for the richest 1%. That's what it means in the real world. The people who need tax relief aren't going to get it. So we not only have to reverse that, we have to raise the taxes on the rich and the super rich and raise the taxes on corporations. So that's a huge part of it. You match that with cutting the military budget by 25%. That's not a bad start. It's a little weak, a little wussy, but not bad. And then go to 50%, you know? Then you're talking real money. Then you're talking health care for all, good health care. Then you're talking about education from age 6 months right up through graduate school that's free for everybody, real money. You're talking about clean water for everybody in this country and globally, not only Detroit and Flint, but Gaza. You know, we're talking about reparations on a global scale because of the havoc that this country's economic, military, and climate policies have wreaked on the rest of the world. So we've got a lot of work to do. It's going to cost a lot, but we've got the money if we stop spending it on corporations, rich people, and the military.
First, I want to give a shout out to the organizers for including race and intersectionality. I feel a lot more hopeful because of this today. Thanks a lot. And I'm reading a book called The Shadow Government by Tom Engelhart, Surveillance, Secret Wars, and Global Security State in a Single Superpower World. Now, this raised a lot of agencies I didn't know about, besides the NSA, the National Security Agency. There's a geospace security agency there, and all of them have buildings bigger than the Pentagon. It's just extraordinary. And I'm wondering, is this money categorized under the military, or is this just printing out money that's not necessarily taxpayer money? Do you know?
Well, it's not under the military budget. In fact, one of the things that's so interesting about the military budget is that it's separate from the war. It's separate from the war budget. The war budget this year is about $49 billion. That's not included in the official Pentagon budget, nor is the nuclear weapons arsenal. That's another $20 billion that's not included in the military budget. So this military budget is basically paying salaries and keeping the lights on at the Pentagon, right? The multiplicity of intelligence, so-called intelligence agencies, surveillance agencies, maybe we should call them, and the U.S. has 16 of them that we know about, there's probably more that we don't, are in separate budgets, and some of them are not public. So the CIA budget is never made public. And, I mean, there's estimates of it that may well be relatively correct, but we don't know. But they're not officially made public. And so all the things like the fact that in Pakistan, which has a higher percentage of drone strikes than almost any other country in the world, they're not committed by the Pentagon. So they're not even included in the U.S. military budget or the war budget. They're carried out by the CIA in this process of turning the CIA from an intelligence gathering institution into a war-making institution. So the role of these surveillance agencies is a very, very secretive one, not only in what they do and what they do with the information they find, but in how much of our tax money is going to them to do those things. So it's a huge factor.
I'm going to take two questions, and we can answer them because we're down to our last couple, 3 minutes. So go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got into what I was going to ask a little bit.
Come on back. Come on back.
Okay. Which was this whole issue that we have heard for years. I think this started during the Reagan administration, where there's this barrier between the military budget and the domestic budget. And if you cut money in military budget, if you move money around in the military budget, it can only go for military things. And if you move money around in the domestic budget, it can only go for domestic purposes. And of course, that's somewhat permeable from the military side, as you just pointed out, as there are some things that are in the domestic side that actually help the military, but not the reverse. So my question is, to what extent is it being discussed at all in Washington, and what do we need to do to get it discussed, to talk about breaking down this ridiculous wall between the military budget and the domestic budget?
Yeah.
Thanks.
want another question?
Yeah, do one other question. Then we can.
We have good brain science about how the mind works, such as Better Angels of Our Nature by Steven Pinker, George Lakoff's books about how easy it is to corrupt people politically. And there's one, the Political Tribes, Groupthink, and the Fate of Nations. Stuff is well known, but no one's talking about it. You know, the Democrats they pretend like it's just a matter of better policies. So how do we get this, all this good psychology and brain science out so people understand why they keep doing stupid stuff?
So I think you're probably familiar with the term BRAC, the nonpartisan policy for base closure that was established because of the political economy problem where you can't have someone representing a district advocating for a base closure in that district. So I'm wondering if you have some historical analogs of places where we solved the political economy problem of having to transition away from an incumbent industry that has current beneficiaries to a completely different system.
Ooh, good questions. Good questions. The first and third are sort of similar. I'll take them up together. The second one, I don't know much about the psychology stuff, but I do think it's important not to sort of say that people who might do things that look pretty stupid are stupid people. People are desperate, and people are looking for answers for problems they can't always even identify, but they know they're suffering from them. And I think that it's on us as social movements to figure out what is it going to take to give people hope that their lives are actually going to get better. That's what Trump gave people. We have to be very clear here. This is not just, you know, some administration that bought its way into power. It bought its way into ads and all of that. But people responded to it, hugely because of racism, but also because of real economic crises that we, as a progressive movement, did not have anti-racist, anti-militarist, climate-protecting, gender-supporting answers to. So we have to look at systemic racism as, in my view, the #1 reason why so many white people supported Trump. But we also have to look at the economic realities facing people's lives, disproportionately people of color, but in huge numbers white people as well. And that's, all of those things are on us in our variegated movements. The questions about, again, military spending, the military domestic, the base closure, all of this is tricky. And I'm going to just tell you one quick story, and I know we're tight. I don't like conspiracy theories. But there's one conspiracy I've never been able to figure out how to dispute because I can't figure out any other way it could have happened. And that was what happened right after World War II, when the manufacturers of all these weapons that had gotten rich, filthy rich, killing rich, by producing all the stuff that had led to the US victory, along with the Soviet Union and a few other countries, over fascism around the world in World War II. And they said, what are we going to do now? We're not at war anymore. How are we still going to make a lot of money? And they decided on a number of things, but one of the things they realized was that if they produced their goods, their bombs, their planes, all that stuff, the bullets, the guns, if they produced it in the least efficient way possible, they would win a fortune. Now, what does that mean? You know, if you're producing stuff, the most efficient way to do it is what they call vertical production. You produce everything in one place. You don't waste time or money or fuel sending parts around to be put into a piece somewhere else. You know, you do everything in one place, and then you have your widget, whatever it is you're making. If you do the opposite, if you broaden out, if you're making a bomber, say, and you, instead of producing that bomber all in one county, you produce that bomber all over the world, where one widget that's going to be part of widget number big gets produced in 17 other places and then has to go by train from there to somewhere else where that widget is attached to something else that then has to come back to the original place. You get my point. The result of it all was that every single district in Congress has military production in it. So no member of Congress is going to be willing to vote against most military projects because there's a dozen jobs in her district. Or if you're in Seattle, you've got 5,000 jobs at Boeing. And it doesn't matter how anti-war personally you might be, or even your constituents want you to be. They sure as hell don't want you to do anything that's going to jeopardize their jobs. And they're not going to do that. So that's one of the things that we're up against. The other part of it is this thing about the discretionary budget. The military budget is considered discretionary. The non-discretionary budget, the mandatory budget, is not the military. It's Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. There's a few other things, but those are the three big ones. So when we talk about 53 cents of every federal dollar, it's 53 cents of every discretionary federal dollar goes to the military. That could change overnight. It couldn't change relative to Medicare and Medicaid, nor would we want it to, but it could change between the discretionary military budget and the discretionary non-military budget. That's what could change. That's what has to change. So what it means is we just have more work to do. We have to change the discourse first that says talking about military cuts is the first step. The second step is making real the military cuts. Maybe the fourth or fifth or sixth step is going to be changing the definitions of what's permeable and what's not and all that. That's a ways down the line. What we have to do now is legitimize the discourse about the need to challenge the military budget. It's not keeping us safer, and it's preventing us from paying for things that will keep us safer and that will provide a better life for not only the poorest people in this country, but the poorest people around the world whose lives we are responsible for destroying.
Thank you. Please everybody give a hand to Carlene and Phyllis, our keynote speakers for the afternoon. Thank you. I'd like to bring up Gabrielle Camacho, Paul Shannon, and Jessica. Is Jessica here? Jessica Tang? While they're coming up, I'm going to make some more announcements. I want to make an announcement of a rally and boycott. The boycott to stop Elbit Systems, the Israeli war crimes via the Elbit Systems. That rally will be happening Friday, December 7th from 11:30 to 1 p.m. In Daniel Webster Highway, Merrimack, New Hampshire. Code Pink and Stop Elbit are the organizers. I want to make an announcement. Sunday, tomorrow, we'll be creating hope. What can we do to abolish weapons, nuclear weapons? That's this Sunday, 2 to 5. It's sponsored by the Greater Boston Physicians for Social Responsibility, and it's at 242 East Berkeley Street, Boston. And finally, we have elections accompaniment delegation, a grassroots movement in El Salvador, calling for international accompaniment during the 2019 presidential elections, sponsored by CISPAS. And the deadline to apply to be part of that delegation is November 30th next week. So anyway, those are their announcements. Jessica, okay. Our panelists today are two folks that I know pretty well. Our first speaker will be Gabrielle Camacho. Gabrielle is an immigrant rights a warrior in the movement, for real, and a labor organizer and an amazing grassroots educator. Also on the panel today is Paul Shannon, peace activist, organizer, member of American Friends Service Committee, and also Peace Action. And is just a really amazing grassroots organizer. Our first speaker will be Gabrielle Camacho.
Thank you, Keith. Buenas tardes. Should I do the entire thing in Spanish? Muy bien. Entonces voy a comenzar con... okay. What I'd like to do is, hopefully if I'm successful, challenge your comfort zone, make you a little uncomfortable, and challenge the peace movement to think a little differently when it comes to immigration and immigrant rights. So, you know, what is the immigrant rights movement? Who is it? Is it mobilization? Is it legislation? Is it coalition building, campaigns, or grassroots organizing? Obviously, it's all of the above. But to challenge progressive allies, I need to ask who has agency. And I ask that question of you because oftentimes I've been involved in local and national coalitions where decisions are being made without meaningful consultation with the most impacted communities. And that is undocumented immigrants, that is immigrants with different types of visas or statuses that are about to end. And there's a mindset that liberal lobbyists on Beacon Hill or on Capitol Hill or experts know what's best for us. And that has been the dynamic for quite some time. And that's one of the challenges that we have as grassroots organizers in the immigrant movement to confront. I'll give you one example. You've heard of the Safe Communities Act Coalition, correct? Yes. Basically, the Safe Communities Act would limit local law enforcement cooperation with immigration and customs enforcement. That's it in a nutshell. But what happened was that as we approached the second half of the legislative session last year, oh no, this year actually, there were closed-door negotiations between the legislators and law enforcement, and a new product was produced. The bill was amended so that it would appease law enforcement and make legislators comfortable with the bill. I'm sorry, this bill is not for legislators and it's not for law enforcement. It's for immigrants. And what happened was that the change in language would adversely affect two huge populations. One would be Muslims, and the other would be young Latinx men, because it would target gangs, quote unquote, gang members, and also people being investigated for terrorism. So that's one example of the work that sometimes we climb a lot of steps and then we fall back down because of this mindset that people on Beacon Hill, that experts know what's best for us. Secondly, in federal legislation, and have you all heard of the word the term comprehensive immigration reform? Yeah, well, I've been saying for over 10 years that it's dead in the water, but millions and millions of dollars have been poured into these campaigns for comprehensive immigration reform. And again, these campaigns are led by well-funded, politically connected advocacy organizations in the Beltway in Washington, D.C. And the architecture of comprehensive immigration reform is the following. One, it has border militarization, Jesus. 2, mandatory E-Verify. 3, an arduous and long path towards legalization. And 4, more guest worker programs. And let me just concentrate on one, which is border militarization. The last bill in 2013 that came out of the Senate, I think it was, well, never mind. We don't have to go the name of the bill. But the one that was approved by the Senate contained $47 billion in border and interior enforcement. It was a Christmas gift for DynCorp, for Halliburton, for McDonnell Douglas. All these security and military security corporations would have benefited greatly from comprehensive immigration reform. And the path to citizenship or the path to legalization would have taken 10 years, in which if you fell under a certain income per year, you would be deported. If you committed 3 misdemeanors within 10 years, you would be deported. If you committed 1 felony within 10 years, you would be deported. 3 misdemeanors and 1 felony, that's like a weekend for me. All right? So when somebody tells you to support comprehensive immigration reform, really, we have to look at it with a critical eye. I mean, don't suspend your critical faculties just because it's packaged into something called comprehensive immigration reform. The other thing is that we have to challenge the vested economic interests behind the immigration industrial political complex. And that is not just private prisons, because in Massachusetts we don't have any private prisons. But we do have corporations like Hewlett-Packard. Hewlett-Packard actually does the software so that the program Secure Communities can actually operate. And oddly enough, not oddly enough, Hewlett-Packard also does the software for the IDs in the West Bank that go through checkpoints. And speaking of, another corporation that benefits from border militarization is Elbit Systems. And you just heard there's a boycott and protest in New Hampshire. Elbit Systems is the company that has been awarded a multi-million-dollar contract to erect the towers along the wall of the U.S.-Mexico border, as well as build the high-tech sensors that go along the U.S.-Mexico border. And that is the same company that has built the wall well within, the apartheid wall well within the West Bank. I have other things to, could you just go to
I'm doing it.
Number
3.
Just real quickly. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go.
No, I'm trying. This one?
Yeah, well, that's the Trump agenda. We don't have any time to go through it. So, Keith, if you could keep on going through the PowerPoint until the last. Go, keep on. Oh, wait, go back. Okay. Go back one.
Oops, wait a minute.
Another one, go back.
I'm trying, hold on.
Go back.
This one.
Okay, that one. Okay, where have we seen this before? This is the Tornillo temporary tent center that holds children between ages of 13 and 17 right now. It's currently housing a little over 1,500 people, I believe, 1,500 children. But it has been built up to hold 3,800 children. But you don't do that if you call something temporary. Keep on going. So we've seen this before with the Japanese internment. We've seen this before, next slide, with the Operation Wetback. We've seen this before, and we've seen this most recently a little over, no, just 10 years ago. 11 years ago in New Bedford. And go ahead, and this is the last slide, I promise. So the issue here is not Trump, because Obama has deported more people than any other president in the United States. What we are, it's not Trump, it is systems, it is structures that we are fighting against. Structures that benefit from the housing of people, warehousing of people in detention centers, as well as a system, a capitalist system that depends on a racist, xenophobic ideology. So the question is, the answer is not, the panacea is not to elect more Democrats. It's what kind of Democrats. And remember, you have other choices. There are third-party candidates, there are independents, as long as they are accountable to a progressive agenda and you can hold them accountable. The Democrats are not necessarily the entire answer. So the question is, capitalism is up. It is destroying us and it is destroying the planet. So the challenge to you, the peace movement, and I will use the words imperialism and capitalism, the challenge to you is what type of socialist world you want to live in. Thank you.
Paul Shannon.
Hello, friends. Perhaps you saw this article in the Globe.
Got to get close.
Yemeni continue to starve as famine conditions worsening. It reads in part, "We are being crushed," said Dr. Makia Mahdi at the health clinic in Aslam, an impoverished northwestern town that has been swamped with refugees fleeing the fighting in Hodeidah. Looking around her, Dr. Mahdi could not fathom the Western obsession with the Saudi killing of Jamal Khashoggi in Turkey. She says, "We're surprised the Khashoggi case is getting so much attention while millions of Yemeni children are suffering. Nobody gives a damn about them." You've all heard what a human catastrophe Yemen is, with thousands dead and millions on the verge of famine. We collaborate with Saudi Arabia in that war. Raytheon sells massive quantities of bombs and weapons used by the Saudis at this very moment to continue this onslaught. That's just one war, Yemen. But we are surrounded today by wars and rumors of war. We have just set up a military base in Syria. The everlasting war in Afghanistan continues day in, day out. Our troops are back in Iraq. Our president withdraws from the Iran nuclear deal, even though Iran lived up to all its requirements. Instead, he imposes deadly sanctions on Iran that will kill as many as they did in Iraq when President Clinton imposed them on the children of Iraq, leading to the death of 500,000 children, according to the UN people in charge of the humanitarian effort there. And, of course, he builds dangerous alliances, strengthens alliances, I should say, with Saudi Arabia and Israel, specifically to confront Iran. A massive new war is not out of the question, one that will make the Iraq war look small. Our president has announced he will withdraw from the INF nuclear treaty with Russia, the very treaty that ended the Cold War in the late 1980s. Meanwhile, Washington continues Obama's trillion-dollar modernization of our nuclear arsenal. Why does he continue it? What good does it do to have nuclear weapons if you can't use them? The Pentagon's new nuclear posture review makes using nuclear weapons thinkable. NATO conducts military exercises near the Russian border after Russia has conducted its own massive military maneuvers. And the demonization of Russia by liberals and the Democrats rolls on. Very dangerous stuff. The fact is, we are closer to terminal nuclear war today than at any time in the last 30 years. That reality is in no one's mind. Meanwhile, massive increases in the Pentagon budget that Phyllis spoke about are voted by both Republicans and Democrats, giving us a war budget greater than the military budgets of the next 8 largest countries combined, 9 times larger than the entire Russian military budget. And at the same time, we see the growing glorification of the military as the only institution in the country that Americans feel proud of. Just go to any Red Sox or Patriots game. Non-stop pro-military stuff. Upsetting? To me and to many of you, yes. But what effect does this all have on us fighting racism, on creating affordable housing, on funding our public schools, on health care, on immigrant rights, on democracy in America, on efforts to prevent climate catastrophe? everything. It's not just that the war budget gobbles up the very resources we need for all the good things we're fighting for, or that the Pentagon is the biggest single source of fossil fuel emissions on Earth, and that the carbon emissions created in war and preparations for war cancel out many of the gains we've made over the last 15 years in dealing with climate change. Wiped out by these wars and preparation for wars. And it's not just that our vast military-industrial congressional complex has to a great extent displaced democratic rule, spitting out both legions of suicidal soldiers on one side of its mouth and millions of dollars to buy Congress on the other, seating its representatives throughout the U.S. power structure and recycling our generals into highly paid consultants and lobbyists for war companies. Let's be clear about who runs the show here. Congress is just a sideshow, as important as it can be for our purposes. For the fundamental issue for us is this: is it possible to achieve our goal of a just society when we are forced to feed a military colossus whose very purpose it is to prevent that goal? Rather, it's to achieve what is called full-spectrum dominance in the service of its real goals, not defending the country. If that happens, it's accidental. The historical record makes it absolutely clear that the ultimate purpose of these wars is not to protect the country, but rather to secure an empire that is based on the vast social inequality that lies at the very root of the serious social problems our movement is seeking to address. That's what it's protecting. Years before the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center, and long before the war against terrorism, long before Russia invaded Crimea or China threw its weight around in the South China Sea, and North Korea had nuclear weapons, long before that, and a dozen years before ISIS existed and Assad bombed Aleppo, the officer in charge of thinking about future warfare at the Pentagon best expressed U.S. military goals in a key military publication that reflected the sentiment of many in the military. Quote, "The de facto role of the U.S. Armed Forces will be to keep the world safe for our economy and open to our cultural assault. To those ends, we will do a fair amount of killing." That was 1997. How many deaths since then? The peace movement is building itself up again to counter these dangers and offer alternatives. Cutting off foreign weapons sales, supporting a new UN treaty to abolish nuclear weapons, undermining the deadly U.S.-Saudi alliance, which is going to really be something, taking away the president's power to launch nuclear war unilaterally, halting increases in the Pentagon budget, and moving the money to real needs of people. These are some of the things that the Veterans for Peace, that Mass Peace Action, that the new Campaign for Peace, Disarmament, and Common Security, and the old AFSC are fighting for, along with WILF and all these other wonderful groups. It is not enough. And we cannot do it, as everyone has said here, as a single movement. But the problem is we have not found a way to integrate these issues into the broader movement that is alive and well in many ways. Perhaps it is time to put militarism back into Martin Luther King's, quote, giant triplet of racism, materialism, and militarism that must be conquered, according to King, as Phyllis has said, if we are to effectively wage the struggle for the beloved community of which he dreamed. It's time to implement his insistence that the fight against militarism must be an essential component in our movement for social justice, for liberation from our racism, and for the very survival of the planet. I think he would like it if we did that. I hope we will. Thank you.
I want to introduce our final panelists. Welcome, Jessica. Jessica Tang, she's the president of the Boston Teachers Union and represents about 10,000 active and retired educators. So welcome, Jessica.
Good afternoon, everyone.
No, let's do this or switch or turn.
Is it working now? Okay, great. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I wanted to just begin by sharing a broad overview of what's happening in public education and labor movement, and then narrow in on specifically what's happening in Massachusetts, and then even more locally in Boston, because oftentimes the local case studies are representative of the larger fight that we're fighting actually across the nation around these issues as well. And so I wanted to begin by kind of like laying the foundation of, why public education is under attack. And how many of you have heard of, teacher union stereotypes? Right? I think everyone's probably heard, they are protecting bad teachers, or, they're not innovative, or they're holding us back, or, they're the reason why our public schools are failing. Those pervasive stereotypes and messages are not a coincidence. They're very much a part of a right-wing strategy to undermine teachers' unions and teachers in public education. And it's also not a coincidence that right now around the nation that public education funding is at a critical point, and that includes wealthy states like Massachusetts, but also, of course, our states you've seen in Virginia and Mississippi, Alabama, et cetera. That also is very much a part of the strategy, because this has been happening for decades now, and it's a plan that has been well thought out by the right-wing groups about how to undermine public education and privatize public education. And so what you have to realize is that, if you think about it, public education is a billion-dollar industry, and it is the last standing public industry that has not yet been privatized. And so there has been a very intentional effort to, again, undermine the last organized body trying to protect the public sector of the public education, which is teachers' unions, and to justify the privatization of public schools. And so the formula has been very simple. It's attack the teachers' unions who organize to fight back, have austerity measures to defund public education, and then to say they're all failing public schools by using standardized tests that are not actually an accurate indication of whether or not teacher quality or school quality is actually taking place, and then justify that to bring in privatizing of charter schools and vouchers. And we've seen this happen, and it's happening across the country, and the worst times it's happened also is when what we call disaster capitalism. So what we saw in New Orleans with Hurricane Katrina, when everyone was fighting just to survive and to find a home and to rebuild their lives, they took over the public education system and completely privatized it and turned it into a charter school and voucher system, right? The same thing is happening now in Puerto Rico. Our brothers and sisters in the union there are fighting a vicious fight to try to salvage the public education system in Puerto Rico, but they've already passed laws to allow, again, charterization and vouchers, and have already closed, I think it's over 200 public schools now since the disaster there. And that is what we're facing, on the national level in terms of what we're up against. We're up against billionaires, the Koch brothers, the Betsy DeVosses, and, it's a real battle. And this groundwork has been laid for a very long time. And the recent Janus, how many of you have heard of the Janus Court decision? Okay. So for those who don't know, it was a court decision that came down over the summer. We knew it was coming. There are about 20 different cases similar to it in the pipelines. And honestly, the year before, there was a Friedrichs case that we thought was going to do the same thing. And the only reason it didn't happen is the untimely death of one of our Supreme Court justices. So we've known this is coming. But again, this has been a plan that the right-wing groups have been put in motion for years and years and years, and now are currently executing. But what the Janus decision did was actually take away, it's basically specifically used to undermine unions and public sector unions, and say that, you know, if you're not you choose not to be a union member, then you don't have to pay an agency fee anymore. So in the past, even if you chose not to be a union member, you still had to pay an agency fee because you benefit from all of the work that unions do in terms of wages, working conditions, healthcare, et cetera. And then now they're saying that you don't have to pay that at all because of the political activity, right? And that is, again, the reason why we were targeted, because of our political activity. And so what it was trying to do is take away the financial power of unions. And we've been preparing for quite some time, public sector unions, because we knew this was coming. And now, even though that's passed, you know, we're facing now our members of literature and all sorts of propaganda saying, you know, save money now by, you know, not paying your union membership dues. And then what we've seen, though, happen is we know what happens. You look at Wisconsin when they took away collective bargaining rights. Their salaries stagnated, their healthcare costs skyrocketed, and in fact, what they had to pay more in healthcare, actually, they basically had a wage decrease. And then you had a flight of teachers out of Wisconsin because of the decline in working conditions and wages and benefits, et cetera. And that goes hand in hand then with the decline in public education and what services are there for our students. Because at the end of the day, it is teachers' unions that are fighting, as you've seen in with the Red for Ed strikes across the country, that are fighting for funding for our schools, that are fighting for students, are fighting for books, for smaller class sizes, et cetera. And we do that in the blue states too, because the austerity measures have hit us as well. And so that's a pretty dismal picture, but that's the reality of what we're up against. And the court cases are not ending. So now that they won Janus, there's a whole new slew of court cases that are coming up the pipes to, you know, take away payroll deduction, for example. Again, the whole intent of this is to undermine unions and try to take away the financial strength that we have. But what they underestimate is our people strength. And so while that is a very dismal picture, I'm going to end on some positive notes. But I do want to share a little bit also about what we're up against here in Massachusetts. And even though we are, you know, we have a Democratic, you know, House and Senate, and prior to Romney, we had a Democratic governorship too. We are facing the same funding issues. Our funding formula has not been updated since 1993. And it's been over 25 years. We have since found in the last few years that we are underfunding public education across the state of Massachusetts by $1 to $2 billion. And that is primarily for two reasons. One is it underestimated the amount of healthcare costs for employees, and then second, underestimated the amount of costs for special education. Right. And so cities and locals are trying to, local districts are trying to get the funding in and fill the gaps, but it's just not enough. And further exacerbating the issue is the charter school issue. Right. And, you know, this is, you know, 2016 was a very tough battle, the no on two. We're very happy we prevailed. But I don't want to say that this is like an anti-charter school thing, because actually charter schools, believe it or not, came from unions, the whole idea of them. They were supposed to be laboratories of innovation, but like many good things, for example, I even say testing. Testing came out of a good reason. We needed to know the gaps between low-income students and wealthier students, the gaps between Black and Latino and white students, for example. But whenever we have a good idea, it gets co-opted by the privatizers and then completely turned into something that it was never intended or supposed to be. Right? And that's what happened. And in the state of Massachusetts, we are underfunding the charter reimbursements. The legislature understood that if you take away students from the public school system and the money follows them to a charter school, that if you have 100 students in your district public school and you take away 6 students to the charter school, you don't get to take 6% off of your electricity. You don't get to take 6% off of the custodians or 6% off of, you know, the teachers, right? And so there is supposed to be a formula to actually reimburse the districts when this happened. That reimbursement has not happened over the last 6 years. And in Boston alone, we lost $30 million because we did not have the reimbursements. And while the assessments occur whether or not we get the reimbursements, then that assessment actually comes out of the state aid. And in Boston, we're kind of in a crisis situation where at this point, we are also unique because we have high income earners. So in the formula from the state, it looks like Boston is treated like a Weston or Wellesley, even though the high majority of the students in Boston Public Schools are low-income earners. But there are high-income earners in Boston, but that's not reflected in our student population. And at the same time, we have high property taxes and property wealth, but 50% of our land is not taxable. So universities like this, but we go after the big ones, Northeastern, also BU, BC, they don't pay their payments in lieu of taxes. And so we don't get 50% of the property tax to go into the schools either. So long story short, all of these factors together are painting a really dismal picture for Boston specifically, where in the next 2 years, while our charter assessments are this much, our state aid is like this much. And so we're going to start owing the state more than we're actually getting from the state in local aid. And then the federal government is obviously not helping right now either with funding. And so those are some of the issues that we're facing, and I can talk more about even locally. We're also fighting some school closures, et cetera. But the bigger fight is definitely trying to save the public education system and make sure that our schools are well funded and invested in, and our students are invested in. And so that's a little bit of the work that we do at the Teachers Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. I'm getting text messages now for announcements. Just want to say. We have a missing phone. It's a red case, Motorola G5F. So anyway, if you see a phone around you, please bring it up to the podium at the end of this session. We now have time for questions and answers. We have plenty of time. So folks can please ask questions from any of our panelists that we've had today. So please come up to the mic. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my question's for Jessica. I want to say I'm a former AFT organizer, and I love unions, okay? I would not ask this question anywhere else but where I think the rest of us are also pro-union, but I'm asking with love as somebody who's dealt with a lot of the unions, what are the teachers doing to forge an alliance with families? Families, especially families in poor neighborhoods, don't see the teachers union as caring about them, as the teachers as doing anything but doing their jobs and getting out as fast as possible. So I want to know, how is the teachers union going to change to make more of an alliance with families?
Yeah, I think that's a very valid question. So just a little bit of labor history too. For a long time, I think labor unions, we have to be self-reflective. We got comfortable in a business model, right, which is transactional. It's like you pay your dues, and if you have a problem, you call the office and they help you, right? We're transforming though. So I myself actually ran on a platform where we have to do community engagement and organizing as well. And so I was the first organizing director at the Boston Teachers Union and very much followed the model of the Chicago Teachers Union, what they've been able to do to build family engagement. And so we're trying to transform our unions. I think there's a broad labor left that is intentional about moving from a business transactional model to organizing transformational model, and realizing that the power has got to be in organizing with our students and families and in our communities and building that trust and relationship. And so more specifically, we actually started a parent committee at the Boston Teachers Union several years ago, and now we have an annual parent-to-parent conference, which is actually a teachers union event held for parents, by parents, and also with teachers, so that teachers can also learn from parents and parents can learn from each other. We also started with the Boston Student Advisory Council and a number of public education organizations and activist groups here, the Boston Education Justice Alliance, and that is very intentionally about bringing together labor, family, parents, students, and allies on a fight in a organized agenda around public education, which then actually grew into the Mass Education Justice Alliance, which is the statewide body, again, intentional parent, student, teacher, labor, faith, community groups to work on public education issues as well. And that was actually what housed the Save Our Public Schools No on 2 campaign. But we are not stopping there. We're continuing to build. And right now we're actually going to have a town hall assembly on December 15th. And the purpose of that is to launch our Fund Our Future, Fund Our Schools campaign. And again, we are very intentional about from the school level on, our building reps now get trainings on how to support parent councils and work with parents. We've also backed the parent-teacher home visit project, where teachers actually get trained to actually go and do home visits. We collaborate with the Citywide Parents Council, the Special Ed Task Force, et cetera. So there are many things that we are doing, but I think it's a very valid question that more of our unions need to be doing and realizing the power of not just isolating ourselves, which I think is a mistake, but intentionally looking out and around. And one time I was asked that, it's a change. So I did get some criticism, like, why are we spending so much time on parent organizing and community organizing? And I said, because their fight is our fight too. And if we don't see that, then we're completely missing an opportunity to build power together. And it's, and then one time they asked, oh, sorry, I'm going on too long, sorry. Which one's more important, internal organizing or community organizing? And Jesse Sharkey from the CTU said very clearly, it's like asking, do you breathe in or breathe out? You have to do both.
Thank you, Jesse.
Hi, this one's for Paul. So I have an observation, and I'd like Paul's comment on it. I cut my peace movement teeth on the Vietnam War and the solidarity movement of the 80s. And these wars fit very neatly into 150 years of imperialist policy to secure resources and exert economic hegemony over the world. But for the past 20 years, it feels like there's something else going on. One, the military seems to be increasingly being privatized. Two, the wars seem to be fought for their own sake and not for any goals, and seem not to have any end or any end in sight. And third, in the Middle East, whereas we used to try to secure our access to oil, now it seems like we're doing things that are creating resource scarcity in order to boost the prices here. So this all seems to be a real shift in the form of imperialism from really awful to even worse. And I wonder what you think of that.
Well, certainly the world is a lot more complicated than it was during the Vietnam War days. For one thing, we don't have the type of liberation movements that we could feel some type of sympathy with in terms of trying to gain independence, social justice for their countries, and all that. And I think that hurts us because it makes it, when we felt like we were fighting for something, that if we succeeded, something good would come out of it. It's hard to say that about something like Syria. And so these are real problems. But I think what you're getting at is the analysis of what our foreign policy really is all about. And I think the fact that there has been such upheaval in the world and the U.S. policymakers themselves are scrambling to figure out how they hold on to the world, given everything else that's going on, leads them to do things that are very contradictory, like on the one hand supporting Al-Qaeda, and the other hand having a war against terrorism against Al-Qaeda. What we're doing in Yemen right now in helping Saudi Arabia is opening up territory in Yemen for what are intelligence agencies claim is the most virulent branch of Al-Qaeda. And so we go and we still send drones over to kill them at the same time we're helping them. In Iraq and in Syria, we're fighting the same people that Iran is. And yet Iran is our great enemy. So there are all kinds of contradictions. I don't know if anyone's going to really be able to sort that out, but what we can be very sure of is what these wars are really all about, whether they work or not. And those wars have nothing to do with what we as a movement are about. And therefore, we have to let these things, we have to allow other people to decide their own future and get our boots off their neck for whatever, for whatever that future is they're gonna come up with. So it's not a very good answer, and I think there's a lot of discussion going on about just what these goals are. But I think the goal of protecting the model of the world economy in a way that it functions for the benefit of multinational corporations and for our own military-industrial complex, maintaining all. I mean, why are we in Yemen? For a lot of reasons, but one is to make sure that Raytheon can keep selling its weapons to Saudi Arabia. That's only one reason, but they all come into play, and we're dealing again with very, very powerful forces who have vested interests in keeping these wars going.
So on the heels of that, capitalism. I said the dirty word again, and the reason I'm bringing it up specifically is because in our conversations and our presentations, we either refer to it or it's sort of lurking, the big elephant in the room. And the thing is that I think most folks in our movements would agree that it's bad. And it's certainly the fuel, the foundation, the infrastructure for what's going on. You can't make money out of public schools, or at least private individuals can't, or corporations. And how wonderful when you, in turn, the undocumented, you put them in camps. It's great because then, that's control of workers. I mean, it's great for corporations. That's what they want. That's what they thrive upon. So all I want to, it's not really a question, obviously, but what I want to throw out there is that as we work and as we try to move our movements and knit them together, I think we also need to keep our eyes and ears open to possibilities for building alternatives, because it's nice to say capitalism is bad and socialism is potentially good, depending on what version it is, but there are people and groups who are actively working towards building little things that could be tools of ours in the near future. For example, what's his name? Richard Wolff, who has a program or a campaign of sorts that's seems to be growing called Democracy at Work, where he espouses the idea of cooperatives where, the workers own, for lack of a better term, the means of production and have a democratic say in what they do. So to keep our eyes on those kinds of models in terms of also participatory economics, which people are trying out in different forms around the world. So it's not something that the peace movement can actually jump into because we have our plates full as it is. But I think it's something to look out for, and when the seedlings start to sprout, to take advantage of them. That's all.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And one thing I really want to impart on people here is that we have to keep that critical eye on capital. We have lost that criticism of capitalism that was once, prevalent. I guess you guys all remember back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So Yeah, and also keep an eye on what those alternatives are. It could be community-based, it could be indigenous-based, it could be many different experiments are going on out there that we're not aware of, but if we can keep an eye on them and talk about it in our groups, in our coalitions, that would be good. That would be a good start.
So this question is for Gabe, but I think if other members of the panel have something they could contribute, they might be able to add. There are lots of people who, when they're confronted with a lot of these systemic issues, say if we can't do everything at once, there's nothing that can be accomplished. And you also have people saying, well, we should just satisfy for whatever increment we can get, so long as we get something. So when we look at like the history of immigration reform, we see the 1960s reform doing a lot to undo the damage of the 20s and that quota system, and then we see regression again in the 90s with the crimmigration system. So my question is, are there historical examples or contemporary international examples with respect to immigration reform where we can say, well, in this country or this locality, they didn't solve the entirety of the problem, but this is a clear model of a policy that makes enough change that we can say it's worth investing in?
At the local level, things have been happening that are extremely positive. So-called sanctuary cities or welcoming and safe cities are definitely an achievement, but I have to caution you. In my work, I also work with different municipalities and counties to get these policies done. There are 4 types of policies. One is a resolution, which doesn't have any teeth and it's rather symbolic. Another one is an executive order, which is good. However, the next executive that comes in can also reverse that. Another one is a policy directive. For example, this police department has a policy of when interacting with immigrants, and that's also enforceable. But the best is an ordinance, because that has the full weight of the law and can be enforced, and needs would need either a town council decision or city council decision to reverse. So those are the best. We have about 30 different of these policies in Massachusetts. The vast majority of them really suck because they don't have any teeth and they're more symbolic. And unfortunately, many of these policies were campaigns that began with well-meaning, white allies, and didn't have any meaningful consultation with the most impacted people. At the federal level, I don't see, anything good out there in the horizon. And yes, you're right, the policy in the 1990s was really punitive and retrograde. And you're talking about the Illegal Immigrant Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996, which was signed into law by none other the liberal Bill Clinton. And this law made mandatory detention and deportation possible. It took away discretion from judges. And it also gave the political and legal infrastructure for today's massive deportation and detention policies. Not familiar.
Great. Thank you all so much. This has been such an informative panel. And one of the threads that I see running through it is this conversation around privatization and the role of corporations in worsening every aspect of our lives, whether you're looking at immigration detention centers, military-industrial complex, charter schools, or corporations that are involved somehow in the educational system and profiting from it. So I just would love for you all to speak a little bit more towards, and obviously it's an issue that's much broader than this panel, right? Privatization of water, privatization of healthcare, et cetera. So I just wanted to give you all another opportunity to just speak about where you think there are strategic levers of change, if there are specific institutions that across issues could be targeted to challenge that broader trend, that could help us to challenge the broader corporate capture of governance, and or to challenge that narrative and build power across issues.
Okay, all right. I think it's, you know, someone mentioned this earlier, right? Is that there are so many fights right now. And I honestly think that's strategic too. It's like the, you know, divide and conquer. We're all fighting our own fights and not realizing we're actually all fighting the same corporate agenda, really. And so too, you know, we can't all be everywhere all the time on every issue. But we can all be, I think, and in places like this, it's great to hear about the intersectionality of our work. And even if we can't be on the forefront of every single issue at the same time, is to come together and support each other when we can. And we do, you know, at the labor union, you know, we sign on to like climate justice work now, and we were like, what does that have to do with families, you know? Or, you know, affordable housing. Well, it has a lot to do with our families and the instability that our families are facing, you know? Or, you know, why are we interested in divestment in fossil fuels, right? And so to the extent that we can have the intersectionality, I do think we are stronger together and not let ourselves be divided in our fights alone. But that's very broad. I'm trying to think of more specific examples.
Yeah, well, certainly privatization is such a major development going on right now. And in fact, the way it connects up with war is that privatizing the world is the agenda of U.S. foreign policy. If you just take the example, if you read the blueprint that we created for Iraq after we were going to win that war, we didn't. The idea was to privatize the economy, total economy of Iraq, except oil. You would still keep that nationalized just to be able to pay the American companies and European companies that were going to come in and run Iraq. That was the plan. Many millions of dollars spent to create that plan by an American company. So privatization, since it's so important in so many different areas right now, it gives us a commonality in promoting, preserving, and expanding the public sphere. To not farm out everything we do to private companies, from garbage collection to the way we wage war, to the way we educate children. This is a common thread that we have not really developed as much as we can in terms of public banks, expansion of higher education in the public sphere. There's so many different areas where we could find areas where we could work together. And it certainly is part of the global agenda of our foreign policy, unfortunately, right now, is to privatize everything in other countries, so that companies that are looking for places for their investment, got a question about markets earlier. The need that capital has today is for new profitable markets for all the money that it has, from all these tax breaks it gets to these obscene profits that it's make. They need places to send that money to make more money. And so they weed their way into things that had been public before, squeeze more money out of those things by return on investment and all that. This is a trend that we can definitely come together on if we would think it through together a little bit more.
Just quickly, I mentioned before Hewlett-Packard has a contract with Department of Homeland Security to provide ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, with the software to implement secure communities. Hewlett-Packard also does the software for the checkpoints in which IDs are used in the West Bank. That is an intersectional point that that highlights privatization. The other thing is that the prison industrial complex, which began in the 1980s and 90s, really took off at that time because of the tough on crime laws. And now with ICE having contracts with these private prisons, those profits are going up. So, and also their stocks are going up, and et cetera. So this type of repression is very, very profitable, and it's private.
I'm going to take we're coming to the end, so we'll take 2 questions together, and then panels can answer.
Okay. Well, I'm asking two, so you can answer them quickly. These are both to Gabrielle. First is just if you care to comment about since the House Republicans lost power and the Democrats and they were blocking comprehensive immigration reform previously, what form do you think it will take with Trump and the Senate Republicans and the House Democrats negotiating with one another? What are we looking at? Secondly, this last election in the state of Oregon, they voted on the state sanctuary law that was put into place in the 80s, and a right-wing group tried to repeal it, and it failed 2-1. And could we consider maybe doing something like that in Massachusetts as well?
Let the last question go. Yes, go ahead. Do the question.
Yeah, my question is to Paul. I am wondering whether it is really the case that, in response to someone over here, the situation now internationally is a lot more complicated and there are no clear movements to support. And the reason I'm asking that is because in trying to understand what is going on here, and I have learned tremendous amounts from Gabriel actually, but another person I've learned a lot from is named David Bacon. He's a labor lawyer, photographer, organizer in California, and he wrote a book entitled The Right to Stay Home, which is what the undocumented communities that Gabriel is advocating for have lost and are continuing to lose because of what our governments and our corporations are doing. Is it that we don't even notice because our governments that are doing that are oftentimes democratic? Like in 2009, there was a brutal military coup in Honduras, and that regime is still in place because the Obama administration, under the leadership of Secretary of State Clinton, supported the coup. Tacitly, blah, blah, blah. You can look online. There's a lot of articles about that, which then led to the events that journalists who opposed it are being killed, indigenous environmental activists, movement leaders like Berta Cáceres was assassinated by government whose follow-up government is still in place. And for example, I've learned a lot from CISPIS about what's going on in El Salvador, and the people who are the children who are being put into these tent camps are coming from those places where the movements that could make life possible even, not let alone good, in those places are there. They're struggling, but they're being squashed by policies of administrations that are just as likely to be Democratic as Republican. So that's my question.
Okay, first question, real quickly. With the takeover of the Congress by Democrats, you have to remember, they won't, actually administer or rule until next January. However, and the Senate is still in the control of the Republicans. So that formula makes it's going to be difficult negotiations. In terms of the executive branch, I do see a weakened presidency with all the scandals and investigations going on and all the resignations, and there's going to be much more resignations happening. I do see a weakened presidency, but a much more dangerous presidency. Like a weakened or injured animal, it will lash back. So there is going to be movement on DACA and TPS, and we're going to talk about that more in my workshop. So stay tuned. Also, at the state level, we're probably going to reintroduce something similar to the Safe Communities Act, but we don't have language, we don't have a draft yet, but please stay tuned, and I can keep you informed.
Yeah, and on the foreign policy war issues, I mean, you're absolutely right. There are wonderful popular movements going on in many countries, including our own. These popular movements are under tremendous amounts of pressure. And so to the extent that we can, I mean, look how difficult it is to oppose U.S. wars in the world right now. But to the extent that we can, as CISPES tries to do, is to support those popular movements, because they're taking it on the chin right now as these governments that we're supporting are going after them. I guess what I meant to say is that in previous periods, we didn't have groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and groups like this around. These groups emerged because of the destruction that we and other imperial powers did to those popular movements. The movements in Central America in the 1980s were such hopeful movements. They couldn't have been any more different from Al-Qaeda. The same with the Vietnamese, the same in Angola, the same in Mozambique, the same in all these places. These were movements that were not based on our tribe has to destroy everybody else. They were welcoming movements, and those types of movements have been really hit hard by our foreign policies over the years. And you still see the popular movements develop, but you don't have that feeling, wow, if Honduras right now could really have this type of government, you know, it would be totally different. Now, in fact, Honduras did have that type of government before Hillary helped overthrow it, you know, by recognizing the coup government. When you whack away at popular movements, people will grab onto things in their history to give them some sense of dignity. And I think this is the best way to understand what's going on a lot in the Middle East. You humiliate people long enough, they will use whatever they can to come after you. Those developments would never have occurred if we had followed different foreign policies. That is the truth. We are reaping the whirlwind of what we set in motion. The same in Cambodia with the Khmer Rouge. Those groups never come to power unless you eliminate every other possibility for people to find a sense of dignity. And we have to stop doing that, and we have to really approach the world in a completely different way. We're very far away from that, of course. For right now, let's try to stop the war in Yemen. Let's try to prevent war in Iran. Let's try to cut the military budget. Let's come to terms with the real danger of nuclear war right now. Yes, we have to negotiate with countries and groups that we don't feel all that comfortable with. That threat of nuclear war is very real. Internationalism is going to be the only solution to the crisis of climate. We have to deal with the world as it is as we work to change it, to prevent these really questions of survival right now for the human race, as well as the type of day-to-day reflections of those things on the ground.
Thank you, Paul. That was a good class. Thank the welcome. Give the panel some real love here. Thank you. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Keith.
It's time to go to workshops. This will be the final thing for the workshop, so please, everybody, there'll be folks that will help you find which one and where. Thank you, everybody.
When you have calls for help, let us know.
It's good. It's good. Gabe, you have to understand, and sometimes I don't know if you realize it, you're really good. I'm serious. You learn so much every time you speak, so I'm just, it's good.
Has it ever been different?
You staying to the end?